Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things, and welcome in. Hello Bread, hello Alex, welcome. It's a joy to have you guys here. How has Tuesday been treating you? Hi. I need to see if I can squeeze another half a centimeter out of my desk, please. Yeah, I need to do like that. That's the best I'm gonna get. It's been alright. Oh no, I've been literally falling asleep all day. Oh wow. Yikes. So it's been one of them Tuesdays, huh? Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah. This day has been, on my end, also a little bit weird. I was putting more scales on Krahazik's reference sheet earlier as well. And yeah, that was a little bit a lot, but we are getting there, slowly but certainly. Medicine-induced narcolepsy is fun, but I think I know what I did wrong. Oh, were you mixing things you were not supposed to mix, Braid? Yeah, no. That's... Nope, I just think I had to take on an... I think I had to take one at an inopportune time. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Oh man. So yay, late night sleep blocking anxiety. No! Oh no. Oh man. I hope that whatever you are currently fighting that is causing you to need to take that medication passes swiftly. I have no idea what kind of thing it might be, but I hope that you can get some sleep, because man, there is nothing quite the same kind of tragic and painful as not enough and a bad sleep and needing to sleep right when you can't. Should be fine now, just a rough start of the week. Yeah. I hope you can recalibrate soon, either which way. I understand the recalibration chaos very well. In other news, today we've got a little bit of a weird day planned because we are going to be doing, for the first time in literal months, a dual content stream. So we're going to be switching between drawing and playing a little bit of game. And I'm gonna try and use our hydrate timer, which I'm going to set immediately. And instead of our... No, I'm not gonna say instead of. And what we're gonna do is, at the 30-minute mark, we are going to have our normal hydrates, and then at the second 30-minute mark, we're gonna task switch. So... we're gonna play an hour game and then draw for an hour and then play an hour game and draw for an hour. Why? Because my thumb is tired. So we're gonna just do a little bit of switching around that way around. We're gonna start with some art and then go into the game and then come back. Mood. Yeah, so just making sure that we'll be able to draw again tomorrow. Yay. Right? So that is going to be the game plan. So what we're working on today is we are starting the animatic illustrations for Stephen Afro. And as promised, I am going to be working on all of the frames that tell you exactly nothing about what's going on. So we are gonna have a lot of jumping around, but it's gonna be fun. And let us actually dive right into that. Okay, so we have our character reference that we're working with. We've got a original outfit drawn for Yishi, and then my frames here on the right of the screen as well. And we're going to have a bunch of these very cute and cool little poses all throughout. So we are going to start with this absolutely adorable little heart hand pose. That is maybe a little bit easier to see like that. So we're going to start with that. Wait, and I need to just make another minor adjustment to my desk. Very, very minor, very precarious, very wobbly, but it's fine. Okay. That should work. Just so that I've got actually my shortcut keyboard thingy-widget again, because for the longest time, I did not actually make use of it again. So let's just see. Are you actually going to do the thing? Okay. Calyx, hello, hello. Love the loose strand of hair. Yes, it's a really cute little character detail. This is based off of a fan design that is going around in the vocal synth community for Yushi, who doesn't actually have an official mascot design. One of the really, really popular songs featuring this voice bank is Butcher Vanity, which features this character design quite prominently. I personally can't remember the song right now. For love nor money. So I cannot say how I feel about it as a song, but I've heard the voice and she's a pretty good sounding vocal synth, so I'm looking forward to seeing how she will sound in the song, that's for sure. And yeah, so this is original outfit that I put together for this particular piece, and yeah, we're just gonna go straight into the process of just cleaning up the sketch a little bit to make sure that I've got, because this was just my rough storyboard sketch. Character looks cool, thank you. Yeah, so this is just my rough storyboard sketch, so now I'm just going to clean up my anatomy, make sure that the anatomy is anatomying appropriately. And yeah, we are going to ink a bit, and I'm going to primarily focus on inks for now. I have got a swatch group in this canvas, but I'm going to try and do all of the inks first, and then come and do all of the flats, and then come and do all of the colors. Is green on the rainbow? Depends on who you ask. But technically, yes. It's a very thin slice. If I recall correctly. Now I just need to get my little mirror out so that I can have my pose reference proper. Because yes, I have to pose this out manually. And I'm not liking that at all, so we're going to try this again. You know, it would help if I was actually using my pencil brush instead of my inking brush for this. There we go. No wonder it was feeling weird. Now I do want to break the pattern with the pinky. Let's pull that down to like 5. There we go. All right. That's now what I want to do is I want to actually just do a bit more solid construction in terms of what's happening with the anatomy here, because I am not convinced with that anatomical construction at all. You lie as easily as you breathe. No, I mean, like, there's something about the way that this front arm is behaving over here that is not convincing me. So I want to make sure it's right. Because otherwise it's going to make the entire frame look strange. Now I need to think about how things smush, because we're not operating in a vacuum here. Because there is going to be a bit of smush. There's no two ways about it. Because this arm is trying to go forward So ignoring that is a bad idea. And now I'm pretty sure that that hand is too big. Grahazek, hello, welcome in. Also, a bit of smush is good. That reminds me, how do people lie? I always have the hardest time. You know, being a bad liar is not a bad thing. Sure, it means you're probably never gonna win at a game of poker. Like, I know I will never win at a game of poker. My heart is way too much on my sleeve for that. But, yeah. Usually on my side it's more comfortable like that. You know what? Actually, facts. Facts. Right there. Lying on the side is really comfy. Like, sometimes on the back is nice, but, like, sometimes just finding the right angle for your neck at that point is just a pain. I find telling the truth a lot easier to keep track of. Exactly, because there's nothing to remember. Exactly that, Krahazik. Exactly that. I'm quite the opposite. I find lying very easy for some reason. A lot easier than telling the truth. Look, if you're talking about a difficult thing that you need to tell the truth about, that is potentially a hazard to you in some way, shape, or form, it's a natural response to want to mitigate any potential damages coming your way. But it's definitely a lot safer to be honest up front rather than have things snowball into a cataclysmic chain of untruths that end up biting you 5 times as hard. So, we play games that involve having to lie, and I just tell the truth because I can't. Yeah, I kind of generally avoid those games for exactly that reason. Withholding truth is way easier than lying. Yeah, it's not a comfy topic. Let's just leave it at that. It's just omitting certain details. Yeah. Still, the end result is usually also not great. I'm the opposite, honestly. If it's a game, I don't feel so bad about it. Yeah, I'm quite certain I'm of the sort that if I had to play a game that is dependent on my ability to lie, I will lose quite significantly. I just don't play games anymore and refuse to because it makes my anxiety go burr. Yeah, that kind of game is... if you've got the right sort of temperament for it, it can be 100% tons of fun. But I would honestly rather play something like a 30 seconds or a Pictionary or something that is more, you know, guessing stuff than lying about things. Ria, Among Us stream when? I've never played Among Us. So, it's not likely to happen. It's honestly highly unlikely to happen. It's basically werewolf. What's werewolf? I've never heard of that. Turns out when you have a quiet voice in the back of your head that says everyone hates you, and it's really bad to play a game where that's true for all fun. Ew, that is definitely an understandable sentiment there, Brett. I can 100% be on board with not playing those sorts of games if it's not good for the mental. I've also just seen people that insist that if you're good at lying in a game that you're a bad person and a liar in normal life, which isn't fair and correct. Yeah, that's also a thing. Because like, when lying is a game mechanic, it's sort of an expected thing. But in the real world, it is a matter of choice. And not really something that one ought to be messing around with as flippantly as when it is literally part of the mechanic of doing the thing. So yeah, sometimes if you're too good at lying, people think you're dangerous. Yeah. That is true. Yeah, so yeah, let's just say that liar games are not a thing that I am particularly drawn to. It's just... It's not my thing. My cat likes to lie all the time. She complains there's no food when there is clearly food. Yeah, now that is a thing. My cats just want chaperones to the food bowl. It's like they can get there on their own, 100% fine, but no, you have to take them there. 2 out of 3 have that habit. It's kind of hilarious. It's like they are perfectly capable of getting to the food on their own, but unless there is a human walking with them, they are not satisfied. Once they're there, they're fine. They eat, no stress. It's just getting to the bowl. They aren't just being picky and demanding tastier food. No, They literally just want to be taken there. They want you to feel included? Maybe. Maybe. Although Chaos Cat will attack you if you open a tin of tuna. Guaranteed. Like, that's when the crazy eyes just switches on. For the boss cat, it's chicken. For Chaos Cat, it's tuna. For Reverse Cat, I don't actually think he has a human food that he particularly goes crazy for. Like, he'll sniff at a bit of chicken. Maybe nibble a little bit. But, nah, he's usually actually just happy with his kibble. But shame, Chaos Cat has got, like, no front teeth, so it's not gonna be long until we're going to need to come up with a solution to soften his food. Might be an instinct thing because they want you to look over them in case they get attacked while eating. Might be related to pack animals' instincts to want another member of the pack to watch their back while their guard is down. Yeah, I get that feeling. You guys were on the same wavelength there, hundreds. But that is entirely my thoughts on the matter as well. It does feel like that's sort of the vibe. Rhea, do you operate the setup on multiple monitors? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have my streamer laptop, which is where I'm watching chat. Then I've got my graphics display tablet where I'm actually working. And then I have a second monitor on my workstation PC on that side. So, my desk is full. My desk is really full. I think some animals are just more anxious than others. Our family dog back in the day didn't require us there to eat. Yeah. Meanwhile, my dog does not want to eat at all until we have coddled him for 10 minutes straight. And she was a very loving and smart dog. Aww. I heard about someone recently that uses the OBS preview window as their display when gaming. Sounded so cursed. Justification was that everything the stream sees they would see if it was like that. But the lag. There's the lag, and then there's also how does the game not have input issues with it not being on top? It's look, I can understand when you're doing things that don't require multiple monitors, but for me, real estate is king when it comes to screen space. Legitimately, it's a big thing. When I was dual PC streaming, I used the HDMI splitter between my gaming PC and monitor and my broadcasting PC's capture card. Yeah, Yeah, I've currently got an HDMI splitter from my graphics tablet, so whenever I'm playing a game as well, it also happens on my graphics tablet. borderless windowed OBS and then it's dragged. Oh. Why is it in 14 leveling crafters cost so much? Yeah, it's all those raw materials. It's eesh. Having the classes unlocked is not a bad thing. If you need to spontaneously quickly make a thing, a piece of gear, for a low level of one of your other classes, if you've got a decently leveled crafter, it's helpful. But on its own, leveling the crafters is definitely not a insubstantial task. I can tell why a lot of people don't bother. The splitter has much lower latency than the capture card. Ooh. Once you level all of them, you can just gather, but I'm also lazy. Now my audio setup is unique. Yeah. Like, I'm just on an HDMI splitter as well. I haven't got a capture card at this point in the fight. Have I? No, I do have a capture card. Between the splitter and the streaming PC. It means that everything that happens on my streamer PC, my workstation PC, you can actually hear when I've got my capture card on. Or my HDMI in on. Yeah, for the dual PC, the broadcast machine needs the capture card in order to receive the video. Yeah. I just had to quickly look behind my desk again to remember exactly how it's set up, because I could not remember for a hot second there. For audio, I have a pair of dual-channel optical adapters. Interesting. A neat thing I found out is from your company, it has missions which give you XP once you get certain items to crafting classes. Yes, that is true, Alex. That is so true. Currently feeding microphone audio to my second PC and feeding regular sound from my second PC to my main PC. Okay, I will be very honest, Krahazik. I have not got the mental capacity to figure out exactly what you just said and internalize it. I legitimately have not got the brain power to internalize that right this very second. But anyway, guys, that was a hydrate, so time to acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Oh. I'm on water at the moment. now we reset, and let's see if I can get this frame inked in the 30 minutes that we've got before we do our first task switch for the day. Now we come to this one. I've created diagrams for my audio routing setups. Understandable, and honestly, so very necessary. Because imagine Windows does a blip and then all of a sudden you've got to reset everything, and if you've not got it written down somewhere, the pain. Well, the diagram mostly shows the physical arrangement. That's fair. That's fair. I actually need to buy myself a notebook to actually write down all of my settings still. Because a Windows update is almost guaranteed to fry everything again before the next 6 months are through with us. Like, pretty much guaranteed at this point. Because it is a periodic thing that they do. For those times when you have multiple USB optical adapter and 3 cables running between 2 computers. Yeah, that makes sense. Optical audio is unidirectional. Ooh. That's useful. But I avoid any induced static in the lines. I see, I see. The advantage to my setup, I can have video running on my second computer and I get the sound of my headphones, and if I'm in a call, no one else can hear it. No sound bleeding over. Ooh, that is nice. That is definitely helpful. Okay. Now, the day that I find a commercial article of clothing where the shoulder is actually broader, I will be most impressed. Because it's all well and good that things are fitted in such a way that they sit with the corner of that seam on the shoulder for individuals with narrower shoulders. But then you get a broad-shouldered lass like me, and everything sits basically halfway to the collarbone. And it's very annoying. I maintain I want to start making my own clothing at some point. If only so that it'll actually fit. Tailored outfits. Yep. Worst is about 3 or 4 years ago, I actually got a dress form as a gift, as like a birthday gift, but it's one of these ones that is a adjustable size thing. It's an adjustable size mannequin. Unfortunately, the smallest size is bigger than what I am still, so it's like, if I put any, if I try and minimize this to the smallest setting, it's sized, I think 10 to 14 size dress form, adjustable. I'm not 100% sure what the maximum is, but it's like, if I try and make anything that's going to be even marginally form-fitting, the proportions are just going to be completely off, because around the shoulder and bust specifically, it's just too big. So there are even articles and clothing in my cupboard that just don't fit on the dress form. And I'm kind of sad about that, because it means that it's a difficult thing to use if I want to actually make stuff for me. Because I can't use it to tailor down. Even need a custom mannequin? I need basically that mannequin's little sister. That's what I need. Because I basically need a size 8 to 10 mannequin. Not a 10 to 14 or a 6 to 10 mannequin. But finding them is a challenge, and naturally it is like 3 years later, so it's not like I can trade it in to the original manufacturer or anything like that. Of course, it was one of those things that you only discover too late, that, oh, it's actually too big and I can't do the adjustments all the way. And obviously I'm not planning on gaining that much weight. So yeah, it's one of those things that's so close to being helpful and effective and enabling, and it's just not there, and it's sad because I know that the person who got it for me spent a lot of money on it. Similar to a problem we have with a lot of forearm or bicep straps for phones and such. My arms are smaller than the typically smaller setting. Yeah, it's the thing. Because it's like some things you wonder how small were the people that these articles were designed for, and others were how big are the people that these things are designed for. I'm not joking when I describe myself as a pencil or a walking stick there. Oh my word. Physiques are a wild thing. Nope, that is not right. That needs to be like so. That can't be there. And that can't be there. What's going on here? Okay, reviewing. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this shape. As I want it at this angle. and put the pivot over there. And like so. There we go. Okay, that'll do there. Something like that. Okay. Toaster, hello, hello, welcome in. Save button, probably a good idea right now. I need to reduce the opacity on this sketch, because now it's starting to get in the way. Okay, now let's see, 8. Okay. How are you doing, Toaster? Delayed reaction there, wow. Let's just say that I forgot whether I'd actually said anything. Or if I fabricated that memory, because that's entirely possible as well. Okay. Wait. Come on. That should do the trick there. Something like this ought to be getting closer to the mark. Okay. Nope. I want that to be straighter, like so. And more confident in these lines. Come on. Okay. There we go. Alright, that should work over there. Okay, nearly there on these inks. Time check. Ah! We are almost at our first task switch for the day. Like, amazingly close. Ah! Okay, guys, that's our next hydrate. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. I'm just going to finish inking this eye, and then we are going to switch over to Final Fantasy XIV for a bit. That eyebrow looks way too thick. This bottom line is wrong. Alright, and then lastly is the signature. Clear that one. And this is going to be fly away here. And that's going to be come on. There we go. That's signature strand. Okay. So we have got one inked. Woohoo! One inked and ready to go. Nice! Now, let us head over to Game World. And it would help if I switch that back on. Doing. Okay. So, here we are in Gridania, where I have been sitting in idle for the last I don't know how long. I just want to quickly make an adjustment over here because there we go. Okay, hello Alex. I see you. All right. So, here we go. I think let's see. I had sort of thought of going into the new main scenario patches that are the bridge between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. So I think that is gonna be the plan. So this is current state of Raptor. I did spend a little bit of time working on the additional classes. Let me just get that out from behind my head over there. So I am trying to get all of the default A Realm Reborn classes at least to level 30, I think, so that I can start emptying my armory chest of low-level gear. My magical gear is desperately lacking, so that is gonna... So my magical classes have a need for help. Let me just see. Can we do party? Not available. No. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're just going to head over to Vesper Bay and continue with main scenario. So Alex, if you'd like to tag along. Oh. Thank you. Then we can do so. And just continue going through the motions. Hehehe. I'm curious to see where the story is going to take us from here. I've been, in so much as is possible, avoiding literally all of the spoilers for literally the rest of the game for the longest time. So I'm very curious to finally see how things interact beyond vague endgame post-fan art madness. So, excited. Alright, so now let's see. Can I remember what Minfilia sounds like? Let's see. Raptor, it pleases me to see you well. Do excuse me for interrupting, Raptor. My lady, the gentleman from Ashgana Exports has just left. I understand now why you didn't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this evening. Thank you, my lady. Ever since we defeated Gaius from Belsar and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scarce remembering to blink. Where once we worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer us his complete support. A true embarrassment of riches. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavour to engage us more subtly. Dress it how they will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman Tataru spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interests of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet, if accepting these offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Our Baldessian colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we cannot expect them to... Forgive me, I didn't mean to burden you so. Yet, my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose on you to consult the others? They are like to have their own opinions on the matter. We can ask around. Let's start at the back and work forward. Back towards the door. 'Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power prefer aid with the one hand, whilst the other resteth ever on their hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners' machinations. Nay, not while the beast tribes do labour unseen, defiant in defeat, to raise up their fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. This sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few, and our fortune so finite. I agree with you there, Urianger. What does Papalimo say?
None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes at the cost of our principles... Neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've lost count of the times I've had to explain to people that our allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our fealty to Uldar now, and have done with it. I'm quite sure Ida would enjoy the bribes.
Wow, okay.
I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papalimo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know?
She's such a simple one. Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power is beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions would commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at a crossroads, Raptor. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. Also true. I mean, that's fair. I would probably fall for temptation of good gifts. Yeah, it's difficult to say. It depends on how much it depends how much those gifts align with what you actually find yourself, you know, needing and wanting. It's the unfortunate fact of every man has his cost is true, and it's like, for some people that threshold is a lot lower than for others. Now, what does Yashtol have to say? Recall you our meeting with the Admiral shortly after the Lemensons sent word of the summoning of Titan. Then mayhap you also recall my words to our host. I said unto Merwib that her people had broken their treaty with the kobolds, and that the beastmen had justly responded, that we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke, in short, the truth. And wherefore did I speak it? Because, owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Lemensons to distort the facts to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Upon this subject, Minfilia can expect a similar reply. Our many dalliances with the city-states have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. Yep. It's good to see that everyone's on the same page. What is Urianger got to say to us? Level 46. I feel like that is going to be a harder version of a fight we've already had. I'll take it up another time. Now, Alphino. Hard mode for the primals. Ah, yes. Thought so. The situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have given much thought to our organization's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion.
Mayhap it is time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Raptor.
I'm curious what he has to say.
Alphino? Raptor? Is aught amiss? You desired counsel, and so you shall have it, Minfilia. The signs of the seventh dawn must leave Uldar.
Oh.
We must do what? So long as we remain within Uldan territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize that are the reason Vesper Bay still lacks an aetherite? They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause, which is why it and other favors will be denied us unless we cooperate. If Uldar is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length, and plant our banner in a place where all can agree to be beyond their borders. Mordona. Revenant's Toll, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Uldar and her people over the years, but I truly believe this to be the best course of action. As you yourself have observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through years of concerted effort. Uldar is our home, Alphino. To cast aside everything we've built and start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, Antecedent. I only ask that you recall the shared purpose which first moved us to found the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the Path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. And we are as much your family as... That will be all, Alphino. I'm sure you have some familial affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no. I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I could not very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. So sassy. I know, right? Whew. Let's see. I'm gonna go with maiming. Hey, I know Alphino! Yeah. It's my favorite Magic the Gathering character. Don't you just love crossovers? Leave Uldar? Has it truly come to this? Oh, Raptor, pray attend to Alphino. He's engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance. Pray be on your way. Alphino waits upon you, and I have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time. And that is also harder primals, not for right now.
I actually have the Final Fantasy XIV Magic the Gathering cards on my desk right now. Hey!
Confound it! She knows what must be done, and still she hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumours. I should explain. Menphilia's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Philhamin was her name, though you may know her better as the songstress of Uldar. She was a performer of singular talent, and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Sharlan minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Menphilia, too, struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Philhamin's absence stretched from months into years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate. For whatever reason, rumours have once again begun to circulate that Philhamin is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Iliad, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress's description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Menphilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth for Lenosia at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gegeruju as to the veracity of these rumours. Okay. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set my hydrate timer. And that was about 10 minutes back, so I'm gonna put that there. Okay, so Costa del Sol, I'm not going to... take that one the slow way. And here's our man. Oh, sweet siren of the sands, my Mikote muse, why have you forsaken me? The Titan's bane, Raptor, what brings you to my humble resort? Philhamin? Do you mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until so very recently was the songstress of Uldar? Yes, man. If I'd known that, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her leave. You. Ah, for shame. To think she now plies her trade for the riffraff off to the west or wherever she said she was going. That's a tragedy, I say. A tragedy. West, is it? Thank you, Master Gegeruju. Your information will serve us well. That said, there are any number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks to see if any witnesses might have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same. Okay. Ah, don't you just love coastal rains that make it impossible to see? I, for one, am currently loving the fact that I don't need to use the ferry. To get from one side of the map to the other now. That's the, like, the biggest help.
now. Let's start up there. Hey, you want to know if I've seen a Makoto lass by the name of Philhamin? I wish. I haven't seen any lass of any description for far too bloody long. A shame. Ay. You can tell that one's overworked. I wonder, is this inside or is this outside? It's inside, okay. Well, if it isn't Raptor, the saviour of Wineport, to what do we owe the pleasure? Ah, yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold, to give the woman her due, but her perfume was so ghastly I had no choice but to eject her from the premises, interfering with the tastings, you understand. If she is your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a mile away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. Oof, okay. I see you've had many a grand adventures since we last spoke, Raptor. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago? One does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. I said as much when she spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south to Rainkachigali and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers which grow in the shade of the cliff have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Okay. That way. And start to go down. And there's our girl. And there we go. I'm in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Gooboo's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make a perfume, you see, and I... Philhamin? I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Uldar, I presume. Menphilia, or should I say, Acelia, is looking for you. Acelia? You are the very picture of health, milady, yet the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude that this was by design. The question is, why? Not everyone who endeavours to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Menphilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that does please me, more than you know. But tell me, sojourns in the forests of Lenosia aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I travelled all this way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? My
Apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we have all that we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineport, say? Rhea, why is Rhea always panicking in your thumbnails? That's a good question, because people associate with panic with fun, I guess. Also, I don't generally actually particularly like drawing myself, so the only times that I actually do so are and it actually ends up looking like something and I don't end up scrapping the sketch 50 times over. It's usually a very hurried, panicky doodle. It's way too charming. I'm glad you enjoy it. This is not at all how I had envisaged it. I can begin to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all of these years. Indeed. You say my daughter awaits us in Vesper Bay, yes? I have kept her waiting long enough. Let us be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands. Oh! Yay, we got an instant teleport. That's helpful. Free teleport, woohoo! Antecedent, you have a guest. Lamin? Acelia! Aww. I haven't seen her like this in years, Raptor. Aww. Precious. I never truly believed it when they told me you were dead. But what kept you away for so long? The Imperials came for me, as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest their pursuit of me endanger you and our cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And continue it you did, achieving things I would have never imagined possible. I followed your every success, and celebrated in secret. I'm so proud of you, Acelia. I learned from the best. I have a gift for you. Salsetia perfume! You remembered. How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If I ever lost sight of you, I could find you again, just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone through so much trouble. It was no trouble to me, my darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Raptor, however. I could have not made it without him. Thank you, Raptor. Thank you both.
There's something else.
This is the cat's eye I found. All these years you kept it. My father was a member of the Alamegan resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Uldar. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lahmin who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive.
I'm no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I have failed to grasp their implications. It is clear that there is much I do not know about you and your mother both.
One of our first lessons concerned mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lahmin as a gift. She said it was beautiful. But there I'm at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss?
No, Asilia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come, and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped. You have succeeded where I failed, and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and at all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and that which it may entail. Asilia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and the Scions must leave Uldar.
Lahmin?
You built it once, Asilia. You can build it again. And this time we'll do it together.
Truly?
Alphino, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll, as you proposed. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions, and send word to the students of Valdesian. Preparations begin at once. A prompt just needs to come from the right place. Oh wow, this is a dialogue-heavy section, wow. It is all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there is so much to be done, and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives there. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original Camp Revenant's Toll would never have been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. However, with construction still ongoing, and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the Guild will require something in return for their support, sympathetic to our cause though they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters, antecedent.
Really, Alphino? If I need concern myself with anything, it is surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps. I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely, to whom the resolution of such matters might be best entrusted. And here I am. Nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll?
It is an honour, antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alphinaud, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Know that my associates at Revenant's Toll hold the Scions of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honoured to welcome your organisation. There are, of course, certain provisions which must needs be negotiated. If it pleases you, I would do so. It does. Sir, unless I am much mistaken, you are the one known as Raptor, are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Slaffborn spoke of you in most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate the Garlean castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate, and fewer still survive. You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Toll. We hope you will favour us with your presence again ere long.
Well, well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Raptor. Mayhap I should dispatch you to Revenant's Toll with all haste, as first intended. But before that, I dare say you have earned yourself a rest. After all, you have travelled so far, and there is already so much you have done for us, and for me. We'll speak again anon. Till then, take care. New base, woohoo!
And that is the hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Was that the first or the second one? I can't remember. I can't remember, no. But I think it was the second one. I'm not sure. Can anyone remember?
Raptor, were you able to get some rest? I would ask you to come with me to the Solar. Alphino has just returned, and it would seem there is something he would share with us.
You're here. Good. I come bearing news. The negotiations are concluded.
And?
Our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and the development of Revenant's Toll. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones.
Yay!
A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I cannot deny that I had come to look forward to Tataru's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands. From the waking sands to the rising stones. Possibly poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it? Ariange, that little grin. Oh.
I too have news to share. In expectation of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they have each pledged their full support, General Raban included. Moreover,
I have decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world.
Are you sure that is wise, antecedent?
If anything, it is a mere formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst-kept secret in Eorzea. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the Scions of the Seventh Dawn stand for.
Well, obvious risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little bit more recognition.
And the people have a right to know who saved them.
It is my hope that this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes, but in so doing, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one, and at once to all. And what of us? We who have felled primals and faced down the Empire, to you, my fellow Scions, I would say this: prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed. Great, I say, yet no greater than us, and we will rise to them, as we have time and again, united as one.
There must be some way I can. Wait, that area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask for Hamin to teach me the basics of mining, too.
Once an Uldan, always an Uldan. Looking for a way to get a quick buck. Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alphinaud, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear when an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moments after I had expressed the need to forge ties between our organizations. Truly, his sense of timing rivals even your own. Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slaffborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care on the road, and represent us well, Raptor. Okay. It's a good thing I put that as his favorite destination already. But seriously, guys, was that the first hydrate timer or the second? I can't remember. But I think it was the second. I think it was the second. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to park off here next to Slaffborn, and then we're going to art again for a bit. Until 3. Shall we leave the background music on? I think that drawing to this OST would be nice. I feel like it. Since you're in Mordona, do you want a fancy weapon? I don't know if I'd be able to use the fancy weapon in a hurry, even if it was a thing. Look at this cute little dragoon. Such shiny armor. So cool. Yeah, but I think also being on free trial, I've got very limited options in terms of what things are available to me, so I'll just remain as is for now, I think. Thank you, Alex, for the thought. But yeah, I'm gonna park off here for now, because I think it was the hour. I think it was the hour. So yeah, I'm just gonna... No worries, it's a poetic shop, and I think it was an hour. Yeah, okay. So then... I'm gonna just leave it on in the background, and I'm actually gonna stay on this scene, because there's no reason to not to move over, because then we've got... that in there. We don't lose... Was the game music off the entire time? Was the game audio off the entire time? Oh my word. That's annoying. Ah, boy. Okay. But Alex, is the poetics shop something that, changes over time? Or is it kind of whatever goes? I've never used the poetics shop, so I don't know. It's static? Okay. Changes from region. Ooh, I see. Let's go that one. Okay. Next hydrate timer is on. Okay, let's see. I think that should do the trick here. Get rid of that corner, because that was annoying. Okay. Okay. Get rid of that line. Get rid of that in its entirety. Okay, this inking is going pretty well so far. However, this is supposed to tuck behind the ear. There we go. Okay, getting there, getting there, getting there, getting there, getting there. almost got it. It's just got a gap that won't work. And on this side as well. Absolute perfection in the line work is not a requirement. I'm actively trying to not pursue too much in the line of perfect line art. Because it's something that I've historically had a bad habit of getting bogged down in. Trying to clean it up too much. As long as there's enough weight variation, and it's closed in all the places it needs us to close. Needs us, bleh. Bleh. We're good. Now, I'm not happy with that angle. Okay. This is being stubborn, so I'm going to do this the way that can only be done when you're using vector layers. that'll work. That's a good shape. Okay. And that's a hydrate. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. And that got loud all of a sudden, wow. It's probably been the same level of loudness, but it feels louder. Okay. Alright, let's see. That can go away, that can go away. Yeah? Yeah, I think we're just about there. What's the time? Okay. I'm almost done inking this frame. So when these eyes are fully inked, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly go and make myself a cup of coffee because I can feel myself getting a headache and that's not a good sign. Not good, go get your coffee. Yeah. So I'm just gonna quickly finish inking these lashes and then I am gonna quickly go and acquire some coffee. Also found out that you can use poetics on the free trial. Should be able to use the weapon as I'm using one as well now. Ooh, okay. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I have no idea how many of the right currency I've got though. I will need to see. But okay. This is too far forward. And this is at the wrong angle too. And then duplicate, clear, and call this one flyaway. Single flyaway is kind of a key feature of the character design, so that one's got to be there. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, quickly acquiring some coffee. See you shortly. We'll see if we're... Yeah, I'll be right back. Right, coffee has been acquired. Okay, just finding my seating arrangement again. Actually, I want to change jacket because I just realized that I'm actually frozen to the bone too. That also is not helpful. No wonder it is nearly June. That is winter. Like, thoroughly winter in Misthaven. Almost there, almost there. Okay, we're back. Right. Right. Now I'm actually gonna have a sip of that coffee because Anna. Yep, that was necessary. That was so necessary. Wow. Definitely so necessary. Okay. Now what I want to do is actually save myself some pain from later. I'm gonna grab, not necessarily the skin color, I'm gonna grab that. Why? Because it's decent contrast. And I'll go back to the other one that we did earlier as well. Invert and fill, just that we can see silhouettes. The one I worked on earlier was this one, wasn't it? No? No? This one. Alright. Grab outside. That one's pretty clean. Invert, fill. Okay, so that's that one. That'll actually help me in the timeline to see which ones I've done and not, as if I do it this way. That's not a bad idea. I'm feeling better about that now. Okay, it feels like there's method to the madness now. But let me come back to this one actually. I think this is a good next one to do. Good next one to tackle. That goes there. Nope. There we go. Now I'll get rid of those. Alright, and over here. Nice, and clean that up. There we go. Why do I feel like I need to stabilize more by speed? Hold up. Correction. That is exactly the opposite of what I want for it, but okay. Okay, let's just go with that. There we go, that should do. Okay. So far, so good. Nope, this band is not in the right place. Either that or that is not in the right place. I think that is not in the right place. Alright, now what I need to do is I need to do a correction here. Because this is one of those classic cases where it's good in gesture but not in construction. There we go. Uh-huh. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Okay. Let's see. Will I... I'm not happy with that shape. Come on. Let's just get this one constructed properly, yeah? Here we go. That'll work. Before I forget again. Now, I'm setting this timer for only 20 minutes. Because while we now are off the hour, I feel like this is the wrong. Yeah, that's more the shape. Okay. What was I saying? I'm accounting for the fact that I did lose a couple of minutes on the arting side, going to go make coffee. Okay. That looks decent. Now we need to get
Although a little smaller. And I'm gonna line it up over there because I want to go with daintier calves. Something like that. Alright, there we go. Almost got this shoe in place. There we go. Alright, that's that. And clear those, and that.
Okay, so now, if I'm not mistaken, I should have the entire silhouette. Right. Okay. Now, I want to be smart, because this one, I want to be able to move a little bit. So duplicate that. Hide the top one. Okay, this is going to be the front leg. This one is going to be the back leg. Okay. Hide that. Grab outside. Clear. Grab outside. Invert. Fill. There we go. Then this one. Those go away. That goes away. And that one, okay. There we go. Grab outside. And why? You've got a gap here. Okay. So that's our legs ready to wave around a wee bit. Hide that. Hide that. Both of you be gone.
we continue to clean up. Come on. Nearly got it, nearly got it. Let's zoom in again. Get this edge looking nice. There we go. Okay, so theoretically, now cancel. What debris is on this side? Okay, got it. So now theoretically I should be able to pivot that like so. Grand. Exactly what we're looking for. Same on this side. Should be able to pivot like so. Nice. That'll do the trick for what we're looking for with that. Okay, there we go.
Nearly there. Okay. Not happy with that. Let me just come back over here. That works. Although, that does not look right. And that is another hydrate timer, and it's just in time as well. Because with that, this frame, or this panel, or this shot, is just about inked. It's just the candles. But as far as the character is concerned, we are inked. So, let's all acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. It's looking good. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad. So, it's hard to tell on the timeline at your guys' scale, but I've now got 3 frames with pink silhouettes on it, which is pretty good going so far. I feel like on this one, our proportions are not quite there yet. That feels a bit more on model. And get rid of that line because that's too much. That looks a bit more on model. Okay. Yeah, I'm happier with that. And this eyelash needs to be thicker. Yeah, that will work. Okay. Okay, now I see that I've still got an issue here, though. Where is the gap? There. Okay, save button. Alright, I'm happy. Let's dive back into 14 for a bit, yeah? Boing. Yeah. Okay, more coffee though. Ow. Headache is still here, and coffee is not yet gone. Hopefully that kicks in and gets rid of the headache. Okay, now let's talk to Slaffborn. I was told to expect a scion, but I didn't expect it to be you. It has been far too long, Raptor. You have something for me, yes? Yes, we do. Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? Would you that we had a dozen more like you? Since we don't, though, we'll just have to work you... We'll just have to give you the work of a dozen men. I jest. Are we sure about that? No... Okay. Back to do the work of a dozen men, I see. But I jest. Even I can appreciate that an important man such as yourself has little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhap you'd be keen on having a look around the Scion's new home. See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had about the realm. It may get a bit raucous at times, but I imagine it'll be as good a place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me, I'll show you around. Nope.
Is that you, Raptor? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I've got most urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gridania, and it would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report to the Baking Sands with all due haste.
Is everything quite alright, friend? I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear this is no time for a leisurely tour. But no worries, you can rest assured that I'll see to all the necessary arrangements. Pray return at any time after you've seen to your more pressing matters. Okay. Okay, let's see. Right, Alex, lead the way because I have no idea where to go. I have no idea. I don't even know how many of the right things. I have which one of these sets is the one I'm supposed to be looking at? Gerald's, okay. Now I'm looking for where? You have enough? Indeed, it would appear that way. And that is a big weapon, wow. But it's pretty. Let's go for it. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't know I was eligible for those yet. And update. Woohoo! It glows. What? Oh wow, pretty. Nice. Very nice. Awesome. Those are nice horror too, wow. Awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. Whee! Alright, Tataru. That is Waking Sands. Ah! I'm just gonna sprint because bleh. Okay.
A messenger from the Twin Adder came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordona. I wasn't privy to this conversation with your antecedent, but I did see the look on her face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss.
Oh, that emote, Alex. Oh my word.
Could it be the Ixal have summoned Garuda again? Or mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the shroud? Well, whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it's nothing you can't handle. Now go ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do.
Alright, Tataru, let's do exactly that. Ra-pa-pam-pam. It's the mandible dance? Ah! I have not yet been to Mandible on this account.
I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. We have reason to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania.
Oh, great. Oh no, I know who this is now. Oh no. Thine arrival is customarily timely, Raptor. The etheric waves leave a little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex.
We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Urianger says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to ones observed more than 5 years ago. Oh, I had hoped the Muggles got beyond such follies. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a full investigation.
Thy presence hath been requested by Commander Hilloy. Hulwa, he awaiteth thee at the Adder's Nest.
Pray hasten to Gridania, Raptor. Ida and Papalima will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Remembered last stream you mentioned him, so I did some of the questline. Which him specifically? I have exactly 0 memory of what I said last stream. Exactly 0 memory. That's fair. I have a weirdly good memory when it comes to games. Yeah. It's weird. The actual story part I'm sort of remembering pretty well, but timelines and when I said things and what I said, it's all gone. Evaporated into the ether, never to be seen again. Unless someone watches the VOD. Then it'll be seen again, but no. I ain't got it in me. Alright, what does Vosale say? A pleasure to see you as always, Private Citadel.
I am still private. Ugh.
Thank you for coming so swiftly. I could think of no one more qualified to... but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain.
Okay.
For me, it's anything to do with games, at least those I'm interested in. So the conversation about them, I remember cliff notes of it. I see. Not long ago, the Moogle Kuplo Kop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seedseer. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Moogle kind, one which would imperil the entire Twelveswood if left unchecked. You proved an able ambassador to the Sylphs, and we would have you reprise your role in dealings with the Moogles. The rest you should hear from Kuplo Kop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Seedseer at the Lotus Stand. Okay.
I still don't know who's the him you're talking about, Alex. Ah!
Okay, I need to go in here. Why have I got two shortcuts to the same meal? Oh well.
Please, you have to stop them. But you mustn't kill them. They're not bad, Moogles Capo. They're just misguided. A gentle, no, firm thrashing is in order, yes, but no. Oh, calm yourself, Kuplo Cop. Can you not see that he hasn't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Oh, pray forgive his witless outburst, sister.
Most grateful I am that you have come, Raptor, and upon such short notice. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kuplo Cop has brought to us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that good King Moggle Mog the 12th has returned to Eorzea. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Moogle mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former.
Once upon a time, we Moogles served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there. Unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine. Kapow! In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Moogles. So, good King Moggle the 12th, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Kupo. The realm of man would suffice, he said, so all the Moogles should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that we couldn't safely fly down. But good King Model Mog the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Capo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. Thus he nimbly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that is how we Moogles came to this land, Capo. All of us, except good King Model Mog the 12th, may his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens so that Moogle kind might at last know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand. That being your reason for contacting us, yes? I'll bet he tied the rope onto something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea?
The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Moggle the 12th is a myth made manifest via the means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods.
Wait, you're saying a handful of Moogles with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard and he sort of just appeared? Would that even work?
What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. With Garuda humbled and the Ultima weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take so drastic a measure? Might that not in itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you who have braved these tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this latest period of peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Muggles' God are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. The fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe they can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes, come what may.
I assure you, the Muggle Squad only want to protect the forest from the outsiders. But ever since the return of good King Muggle the XII, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they started to get a little carried away, Capo. Verging on a lot, in fact.
Like the sylphs who summoned Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Moogles in a manner similar to that of a primal.
We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he possesses a threat not only to Moogle kind, but to Gridania as a whole. Thus do we beseech you, Raptor, confront good King Muggle the XII, and drive him from our midst. Humbly do I thank you. The sanctuary of the Muggles' god and their liege lord is concealed by magic wards. Brother Isumiyan of the Conjurers Guild will doubtless be able to offer you insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. I both love and hate the Moogles. Love how they're cute they are, but hate how they talk. Yeah. The mascot mode is a thing.
Hey.
The sentence enders are not everyone's cup of tea. Definitely a caricature. Welcome, Raptor, welcome. That you should be one to face good King Muggle the XII is of great comfort, to me and the elementals both. As I am sure you know, the Moogles are not by their nature a warlike race. Yet, should the king be suffered to remain, it is like that his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly, before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. Regicide! Woohoo! The ward barring access to the king's sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones, the self-same method employed 5 years ago, when the king was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the guardians who then held the keystones, for none were in our possession at the time. By the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden on this occasion. Kupla Kopp confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Muggles Guard themselves. Yet, wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the king's sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so, and dare not labour any longer for fear that the Moogles might succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. We must needs leave Kupla Kopp's keystones, Raptor. Pray go to him and beg his assistance. He awaits you at Wetshore Pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield. Okay. That is gonna be the pier by the Lancers Guild, I think, right? I think that's the one by the Lancers Guild. Yes.
So, how will you do it, Capo?
Oh, he told you about that.
Well, if there truly is no other way, I'll do it, Capo. Take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier.
I'll go on ahead.
Okay. And here we go.
Don't you dare lie to me, Capo! I know what you're planning and I won't allow it!
Open your eyes, Capo! The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring him.
That's a very big size difference between those Moogles.
We offered you a choice and this is how you repay us? By consorting with this aura? Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs, you're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Capo! Traitor to his king's Moogles, he plots treason against the crown.
Oh dear.
Enough. Kuplo Cop will answer for his crimes soon enough, as will all who defy the will of good King Muggle the 12th. May he reign forevermore, Capo!
Ah, boy.
The king is planning to purge the 12 wood of his enemies, Capo. We've got to stop him before it's too late.
Okay.
The entrance to Thornmarch is deep within the Bramble Patch, Capo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward. But be warned, the Muggles' god has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Capo.
Okay. Okay. So, just making sure of direction of travel. Should be this way, right? Yeah? Come on. Okay. Okay. Okay, it would help if I did not have my keyboard completely in the wrong place to be able to reach anything. Come on. Let me get this closer to somewhere where I can actually use it. There we go. Okay. I need to relearn what all of these buttons do. Come on. Where do you need us to be?
Come on. Why? Come on. Don't do the dumb. Come on. Don't do the dumb. Okay.
We're here! I don't see any more beasts. Do you?
Doesn't seem that way.
Are you ready to face the king? And step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus, like when you attune to an aetherite. I'll open the way for you.
Okay. Okay.
The rest is up to you, Capel. Now go and teach those foolish Moogles a lesson, and send the king back whence he came.
Oh boy. Yeah, okay. So we have an incomplete party. Let's see. The Dragoon armor always just looks so good. Okay. Oh. Dragoon drip is always cool. Yeah. It's just it's one of my favorite things. I think when I first saw the Dragoon armor, it was kind of one of the formative moments in my artistic development that said, oh flip, that looks too good to ignore. You know, now I need to just get all my buttons in order. Or rather, my sense back in order, because I am good. Let's see. I'm list to apologize in advance for being so new at this. Sorry, other humans who are participating in this. I have no idea what's going to happen.
They're so extra.
Muggles Guard to arms!
Oh dear. Oh boy. I have no idea. Where is my cursor? Where is my cursor? I can't see anything! I can't see anything! I'm so lost in all of the worst ways. Can't see anything. It would help if I had these on, I think. I feel really, really, really stupid. I feel really, 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 really stupid. I feel really, 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 really stupid. Oh boy. No, I don't know where I'm at. I don't know what's going on. I can't see a thing. I feel really, 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 really stupid. Okay. I feel really, 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 really stupid. Where is my cursor? I can't see anything and I hate it. Ay. I feel really, 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 really stupid. Oh boy. understood none of what just happened. All I was seeing was effects, and I couldn't find my cursor, and I felt horrible the entire time. I need to adjust settings, clearly. Ish. Boy. I can help you with the settings to remove clutter. I think I know what I need to change. It's just that I've completely forgot exactly how chromatic and chaotic and chromatically chaotic it can be in a full party. Ow.
You did it! You did it! Good King Moggle the 12th, may his mighty soul rest in peace. There's no more.
That little jiggle.
I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stepped the Moggle's guard when you did. Thank you, Raptor.
Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them, too. You should go and tell Pukni Pak that the king is no more. She's with Raya at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain.
You did good, though. I have no idea what I was doing. Most of the time, I was trying to find my cursor to be able to select at least someone on that field to be able to, you know, hit. Like, I legitimately could not find people. I could not find my cursor to be able to select anything in a menu. It was blinding. So let's go. Is that on the character config or system config? Key binding for target enemy. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Character, yeah. Yeah, I'm in character config. Let's just see. Okay. Okay. Oh, that should help a little bit. Now, let me see if I can figure out this targeting thing. Luckily we didn't have a summoner on the team, else you wouldn't see anything. I can believe that. Now I just want to check. Keybinds. Now this is not gonna fly. Yeah, there's not a chance on this blue earth that I'm using the F keys. That's... Okay. Keybinds in general are chaos. But, wah. Okay, so that was something. Ow. Now, Camp Tranquil. Where's that again? South. I'm just gonna do that. How was your first raid? Chaos. It was chaos. I was so lost. Also, the coffee headache is still not left me. I'm going to quickly head to the kitchen and see if I can find a headache tab because, ow, everything hurts. I will be right back. I understood nothing of what just happened. All I know is I was so lost. So, I will be right back. One moment, please. That's common, don't worry. Okay, that's good. Alright, so, thankfully, there were headache tabs. So, gonna take the opportunity to hydrate and, have the headache tabs while I'm at it. Hopefully those kick in. I generally try to avoid polls for basic things as much as possible, but some days there's just no avoiding it. But okay. Where is the Moogle that we gotta go talk to? Over there. There's a raid I'm looking forward to. It's my favorite in the early game. Ooh.
Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Mogglemog the 12th, may his magnificent virtues serve as an example to us all, has fallen? All Moogle kind owes you a debt, Bo, and I sense Raya O wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak without fear of interruption.
I won't spoil it, but it's very cool. Ooh. Ooh. Your bravery and service to the Twelveswood and her Moogles shall not be forgotten, Raptor. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of this great victory from the mouth of the man responsible. Pray return to the Lotus Stand and treat her to a full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind. I won't spoil it, but it's very cool. I think this was pretty much the last thing I remember doing. I mean, the furthest I've ever gotten in game. I think, roughly. From here, I am practically completely new to everything. I remember fighting Good King Mogglemog once before, but beyond that, yeesh. I can't wait for you to see the rest of the raids. Playing this again is a blast from the past. Hey! Yeah, no. For someone who's gone to endgame and then coming back, I can imagine it being a very different experience. But yeah, it's fun to go in fresh. I'm looking forward to everything coming. Raptor, you are returned to us, unharmed and victorious. Thus, I have 2 reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornmarch. I'm looking forward to your reactions. I'm just so looking forward to everything. Then it is as we feared.
The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Moogles don't worship him, for one thing. He's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of.
Then mayhap the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that though a combination of the power contained in crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Moogles called forth a being that by rights should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the ether which comprised him instead being scattered to the 4 winds.
According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every aspect the same.
Which means...
Ascians. The whole business reeks of their involvement.
They said it was a masked man who told them how, years ago. But Gridania was in no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question.
Oh, confound it all! How many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts?
Too many, I fear. So long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation. A sombre thought, but a salutary one. My heartfelt thanks, Raptor. Already the information you have prepared has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss.
Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that, other matter?
The matter of which you speak has even now been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Revenant's Toll.
We knew you could count on you, my lady.
While Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with Elder Seedseer, mayhap you could return to the Waking Sands and appraise the antecedent of all that has transpired?
Like, guys, this could be a phone call. A link bell call?
It could be a call.
In the absence of an email, it could be a phone call, guys. Or a pearl call. Whatever you want to call it. Ding dong. This meeting could have been an email. Very much so. And I'm pretty sure that the etheric channels are a little bit more secure than a telephone line. It is good to see you hale and healthy, Raptor. I received word from Ida and Papalimo that you had felt good King Mugglemog XII, but I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. So it was as they said, summoned with the same methods used by the beast tribes and taught by the Ascians. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the Elder Seedseer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks, Raptor. Oh, we're finally leaving Vesper Bay. Wow. Okay, but why is she horizontal? Huh? Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are, at long last, ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Revenant's Toll in small groups, departing at irregular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct future operations openly, but on this particular occasion, the need for caution overrides all other concerns. To move north as one ponderous caravan would only serve to invite attack. It seemed only right that I should be the last to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end, Raptor. Upon my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given unto the care of Urianger. I had thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our Order's history. Mayhap it is best that we do not forsake them entirely. Urianger shall remain here and devote his energies to the studying and nature of the primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alice shall continue to work closely with him as well. Haven't seen Alice's name in a long time, wow. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurances that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Urianger, would you inquire of him if any tasks remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I've forgotten something. Something important. Don't worry about it. Okay, so it's just framing. Yep, that side there. I wonder if these undone quests are going to move with us. Thou art ever welcome, Raptor, but I require no assistance. Pray take thy leave unburdened by concern for my well-being. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhap thou thinkest this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history? In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely stridden into the great unknown, only to find there the banner of his ancestor, faded by the eons. And still man glorieth in his discoveries. 'Tis through his pride that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. I just love how he speaks with such poetry. Be not offended, Raptor. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened thine eyes to the lessons of history. Would that the same could be said of... Of who? Who? Who's the impatient person?
Duh!
Oh no. Whence came that cry? The Tresola, 12th fiend, the antecedent. Run. Ayo. Horizontal indeed.
Raptor, you must.
What's going on? Okay. Did they both get hit by the echo at the same time? Don't tell me an Ascian showed up right now.
Tell me, Louis Soir, would you have done the same?
Oh my word, I knew it! Called it! Louis Soir Levelier was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing. Ah! White robe.
An Ascian? Here? How?
How readily you see. You are indeed gifted, antecedent.
But you are not like the others. Your robes.
Gifted, but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before me, I have no quarrel with you.
He who... You speak of La Habrea.
La Habrea was a warrior. He fought. He fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes.
Then he's still...
Come, I only confirm that which you already knew. There is no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion.
You... What are... We're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else.
Tataru can't see him.
Is something the matter?
She can't see him.
I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready.
Oh. It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift of the knowledge both. To her, we are indistinct.
I do not understand.
Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colours perception. Thus did she perceive naught. So it is all but a chosen few. Even you, when young, could not yet see with the eyes unclouded.
You know nothing about me. Nothing.
The gift grants you clarity. It grants you focus. With it, you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation.
La Habrea didn't think so highly of the Echo.
La Habrea is wrong about a great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master.
And if we did?
There would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind. I leave, as I came, in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends.
Wait! Stay where you are!
Oh! Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve. Was it also by her hand that you survived the order, I wonder? Oh dear. Oh boy.
I take it there is no need to explain. Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill. I heard a cry. What happened? Are you all right? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic.
Urianger, said word to the students of Baldessian. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there is any reference to an Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. An Ascian, my lady? Was that what gave cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands. Yet Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen?
I do not know and care not. Find him, Raptor. Turn every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to.
Pray attend to me, Tataru. In other words, help him out. With whatever it is he's off to do. Here's what? Sending a message, I suppose? Okay. Go outside. I suppose. Is gonna be the thing. There's our guy. I am told that you are the Warrior of Light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. Okay. What has this guy got up his sleeve? Ah, Alex. Come on. Let's see. We'll skip that. And okay. There we go. Oh boy. Instead caught exactly what I didn't want to. It's fine. Really, just go away, you guys. Unnecessary. Okay. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save he who bested La Habrea could endure such an examination. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of La Habrea. Even amongst his brethren, he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you. One so strong in the gift that he could cast us out. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain. But surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so shall it begin, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives, if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again. Yeah. There are a great many questionable things. Anyway, moving along. Let's head back. Okay. Yeah, let's go.
Thank the gods you returned, Raptor. After you left, I began to worry that they might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor proved elusive? Beg pardon? He was waiting for you? What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so shall it be again? Of when does he speak? And of what, exactly? The words of this Elidibus portend much but reveal nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for La Hebrea. I'd hoped for answers, but it seems I shall have to be content with a wealth of additional questions. Let us set aside the matter of this Ascian until we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. There is but one final favour I would ask of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamegan Resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the Resistance with vital Imperial secrets, while feeding his paymasters so subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I've closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believe to be the single greatest threat to Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within I still do not understand. It is my hope that Urianger will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all that I have left of my father.
Okay. I thought thee departed. To what end dost thou linger? The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labour. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. While I can imagine the antecedent's pain, upon mine honour, I swear to spare no effort in the studies of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain.
Raptor, this is Minfilia. Forgive me, but I could wait no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones. If you have yet to... Once you have given the journal to Urianger, I bid you come to the Seventh Heaven in Revenant's Toll. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new aetheryte in Revenant's Toll. After all, it is right on our doorstep.
Of course the bar is called the Seventh Heaven. Of course it is. Why? Because that's one of the Final Fantasy staples, is that the bar is called the Seventh Heaven.
Oh, Raptor, you're here. Good, good. We were all wondering when you'd show up.
As I was just telling your restive receptionist here, I'm pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours.
Splendid. From this day forward, I will spend no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and as comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Take that odd-looking fellow over there, for example. He has been eyeing us most suspiciously ever since we arrived. I cannot help but wonder if we are truly safe here.
Oh, 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 that's an unexpected face. Ah, that man. I can't say I've spoken to him myself, but rumor has it he's come to hunt for ancient treasures in the Crystal Tower. You've seen the structure I speak of, no? It'd be hard to miss it. That massive pillar of shining crystal that looms high over the land, just to the southeast of here. If the tales are to be believed, it's a remnant of some ancient civilization. The details remain a mystery, and it's no doubt why it's drawn adventurers and scholars from all over looking to unearth its secrets. The man over there is no exception, and if my instincts are true, he knows more than most. If you're curious about the tower yourself, you could do worse than to talk to him and see what he knows. Why, if I weren't otherwise occupied with my duties here, I'd have half a mind to join you. I mean, just look at it. I can scarce begin to imagine what wonders lie inside.
Why, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work just as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat, despite the relocation. And with that, Raptor, I do believe it's time you officially announced our presence to everyone inside. The antecedents and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you.
I have seen that guy in fan art before. I think I have a half an idea who it is, but I have no idea how he ties into things from here on. Like, I have a half an idea. I know I've seen him in fan art. Okay, we've got to do the Crystal Tower series. No. While you're granted respite from your duties as a scion, use your time to probe the depths of the Crystal Tower and see what ancient secrets may be gleaned. Oh boy. Horizon? Oh, come on. Not a chance right this very moment. Let's just quickly do this. Finished. Crystal Tower time soon? Indeed, it seems that's the case. Yeah, this is comfy new digs. The squats. The squats. Oh my word. Okay, let's see. Well, it certainly is spacious. Today marks a new beginning for the scions of the seventh dawn. For today, we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eorzea's people, proudly and openly. But this does not mean we will sever our ties to the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I shall endeavour to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the scions of the seventh dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea. For Eorzea, indeed. You wonder what gets said in those little quiet conversations in the margins. A moment of your time, Raptor. I would speak of Elidibus. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Baldessian hath been met with silence. No one will respond? How odd. Allow me to try. No response. Surely they would not ignore us. They never have yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, no, I will not believe it. An outpost perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift of knowledge, both. Oh no! Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldessian, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus. 'Tis possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however. They are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do what you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Ascian, perhaps? Or Ocker? Or Puce? Or what of our allies when they fall silent? For a time, I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the crystal of darkness and cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Ascian menace. But I was wrong. He endures, and may yet return. Upon that point, I've no doubt that Elidibus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work which we do not understand, Raptor. I discern them all around, in disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. My stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. Creel, where are you? Oh, I know, I've seen that name. I've seen that name floating around. This is the first time I'm ever reading it here, though. I've seen it floating around in fan arts, too. Ah. Your intercession was not foretold.
You object? We question. Our plans are in motion, your intentions unclear. They survived the seventh ardor and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes. And at long last they see. What exactly is happening in the ethereal realm seems to be very messy. Oh, hello, I haven't... Hello? This is new. Truly, there is no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request for assistance from Imagina & Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear their storehouse in Horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifests were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that a pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I need hardly tell you what may imply. Yeah, it's kind of obvious. The brass blades charged with investigating the thefts believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit. Alas, they have yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been of merely monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest, but in service to a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart for Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Yashtala when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. Okay. We'll take that one on, but I'm actually curious to speak with that stranger outside first. Honestly. Like, I have a sinking suspicion that, it's gonna be another big deal. What kind of big deal? I have no idea. Exactly. But let's see what he's got to say. Do I know you? Ah, unless I am very much mistaken, you are the famed adventurer who bested the Garlean Empire's general, are you not? The one great Raptor Citadel himself. Amazing, and more than a little serendipitous. One might even call it fate. But I recently received word of a truly unique opportunity, you see. An opportunity the like of which none but of your proven worth could take advantage. The reward? Naught less than the accumulated knowledge of a fallen civilization. The risk? A single misstep could cost you your life. But what is a little danger to a storied hero such as you? A man with absolute confidence in his own abilities stands to profit handsomely from this venture. No, I crave no recompense for bringing this opportunity to your attention. The historic discoveries you shall make will be rewarded enough, I assure you.
If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, then I bid you seek a man by the name of Rambros at St. Quinach's Find. It is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold. Okay. Where? Okay. South. Southeast. Okay. Let's see what's going on there. It's definitely that very obvious spire over here. Oh boy. Why, if it isn't Raptor Citadel himself. I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? You were directed here, you say, by a man clad in foreign garb. Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest anthropogeographical endeavor. Quite how he came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something for me to ponder in private. You're here now, and your services will, I'm certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared and incautious adventurer could very well find himself on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Thal Solemn Halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? I rather thought you'd say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now, the first... Raptor? I thought it was you! Ayo? Hey, Sid! What brings you to St. Quinach's? Don't tell me. The Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low and apparently an insuperable foe? Yes? No? I see you two are already acquainted. That is well. Master Garland, our intrepid hero here, caught wind of the forthcoming expedition and is kindly pledged to assist us. He has he? Glad to have you on board, Raptor. You don't have the faintest idea what you volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. The sons of St. Quinach are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allagan Empire, and this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. But I know that look. In the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allagan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. The mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond aught Garlemald can presently achieve. Neurotelskava simply woke it. I mention this by way of a reminder that you have had what one might term extensive first-hand experience with a notable Allagan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. That's hilarious. Now, to the core of the matter. Here in Mordona, there stands an entire Allagan structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon, and the lesser moon Dalamud before it,
It seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and, above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another megalomaniacal legatus wield one of these weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground. But, like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. It now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal, pointed at the bosom of the heavens. Yeah, that's why you don't walk into it. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Unfortunately, the entrance is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take the form of statues, carved into the likeness of giant swordsmen. The 8 sentinels, as the Sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out the air. We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond reach. My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we're to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It will be difficult and dangerous, Raptor, but I can think of no finer man for the task. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There is much and more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. Okay, what's happening in Bronze Lake? I'll come back to you, Rambros. Let's see what's happening over here. Actually, I need to start looking at wrapping it up for today. Oh dear. What's happening in Bronze Lake? Why did I get a teleport focused here? I'm confuzzled. Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna head back to Revenant's Toll. But I think I will save that tower exploration for another day, because otherwise tomorrow is not gonna work. So tomorrow we are working on Sishian's live 2D model again. I'm gonna try and during daylight hours, when I wake up in 3 and a bit hours time, to do some more offline work on that. And yeah, we'll probably pick this up again with a little bit of leveling over the weekend if I get a break for it. I doubt it, because I am going to be hard at work helping the family empty the garage this weekend. So from Friday through to Sunday, when this skip gets picked up, we are going to be throwing out so much junk. So yes, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do any leveling this weekend. Maybe after the sun has gone down I might get a break. But yeah, not gonna make any bets on that. And yeah, we'll see what happens in the new week regarding all of that madness. Methinks. What's happening on Thursday, I said? Doodle roulettes. We're doing doodle roulettes. You really like doing that mandible dance, huh? You really enjoy that mandible dance. Ah, boy. Alright. Thank you, guys. It's good. It's very meme-ish. Like, I can imagine that definitely being something that you would see at all of the conventions. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Bleh. So we will pick this up again when possible, but yeah, we're going to focus a bit more on commission work for the remainder of the week. So yeah, we got a lot of progress on the animatic stuff, more so than I anticipated that we would. So yeah, we're getting places. We actually managed to ink a whole 3 panels, a whole 3 frames. So things are moving along. And am I missing anything else? Yeah, we'll actually see how tomorrow and Thursday end up going, because my thumb is actually really tired still from doing scales. So yeah, we'll see exactly what happens. Anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Alex, thank you for partying up with me and helping me through first raid. That was chaos, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And yes, if you've been lurking, I hope you enjoyed your lurk. If you're in the VOD squad, thank you. I appreciate every moment that you spend with us. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for letting me play. No, thank you for being willing to party up with who is from now basically a complete noob again. So have fun out there. Alright everyone, until next time, thank you so much, and cheery bye.